Good afternoon, I'm Daniel Miller and this is Destiny Academy. A warm welcome to all of our friends, fans, community members, participants and everyone watching our broadcast worldwide on various platforms. Thank you for joining us and thank you for being here with us today. As always, your presence, your participation, contribution, support and any form of help with our charitable fundraising for Mind Charity UK is always truly appreciated. How's everybody? How's everybody doing today? Well, it's Saturday and we are having our stream later than usual. The reason for that is we are having a street food festival in my town and I've gone out to see basically what they had to offer, and that's the reason as to why I was not here at 1 o'clock. But yesterday I had a busy day in London doing various things, and therefore there was no stream on Friday either, which indeed I told you about on Thursday. On Thursday we've had a wonderful lengthy stream with many interesting discussions. Most importantly, our friend Dark Haunting Matthias joined us for a brainstorm really on various things that are presently happening in the video game industry. We talked about lots of different games, lots of different activities, our personal preferences. We gave everyone a rundown on a number of successful and less successful recent releases. So anyway, for anyone who's interested in our community-based content, somebody who enjoys listening to our rants and ramblings about the games that we like and all that's happening in the industry, well, just go to the broadcast that is presently still on Twitch and also on YouTube from Thursday. You'll be able to enjoy that in full. It's a lengthy broadcast lasting for about 7 hours. I had obviously in mind the fact that on Friday there will be no live coverage, and therefore we've given you a bit more content on the day before. We are expecting major thunderstorms in my local area, and I have to say it has been a scorching hot day yesterday. Really surprising compared to the last week, which I felt was both very pleasant and amicable, nice weather, pleasant temperatures, fresh air at night. But yesterday I got up at 8 o'clock and it was already about 26 degrees, and in London was very hot, and here in Hertford we've had a temperature of about 30 or so, and literally bright sunshine, clear skies the whole day until very late. So I had a very good day. Met up with someone who I've not seen since the pandemic, and we had plenty to talk about, as you would expect, and we really had a wonderful day. We walked through the streets of East London, down Brick Lane, Commercial Street, Whitechapel, Stepney, went to the South Bank, to St Paul's, to Tate Modern, to the BFI, to Blackfriars, and we've had a wonderful meal at Southwark Cathedral. So anyone who is based in London, or anyone who is based in England, I suppose, if you have a chance, or if you are travelling to London, if you have a stroll down the most popular Central London walk, which is from Westminster Bridge to Blackfriars, definitely make sure you carry on further and go to Southwark Cathedral. They have a wonderful terrace with a restaurant, really beautiful vegetarian food prepared and cooked on the day for the customers, and also on very good prices, because guess what, everything in the local area is absolutely extortionate. We've gone to several places to have a look, and generally the meals were costing, well, it was starting from like 22, 23 pounds a piece, and we've seen pizzas offered for 27 pounds, 20-inch pizzas that is, so that'd be a pizza for two, and then we've seen burgers offered for 17 pounds, hot dogs for 14 pounds, you know, just absolutely unbelievably high prices. And I knew that at the cathedral we would get something that was, I guess, more user-friendly and within the, I guess, the auspices of what you expect to find at the cathedral, and that's exactly what we did discover. So we've had a very, I had a very, very good dinner, which was substantial with extra portions and some drinks, and then I fancied some ice cream, so we went to Borough Market to Gelateria. For all of you who are of Italian origin, you will know that gelato means ice cream, and this gelateria is actually very, very good. For anyone who's familiar with Borough Market, if you can't easily find it, it is next to the famous cheese shop that has cheeses from all over the world, and gelateria is literally just next to it. We've had handsome portions of and several scoops, and you know, it was just like a perfect day out in London on a day that was very sunny, very enjoyable, very pleasant. I've got to say, it had been a bit hot. I forgot to mention that initially we went to Close Up. Close Up is a small independently run cinema, video library and bookshop, and a library, I should say, which is properly serviced with in-the-know film books, run by a couple who I got to know about 15 years ago when I was starting out. Initially, they only had a small shop down on Brick Lane that was providing services for cinephiles, i.e. the people who are film fanatics, film buffs, people who absolutely adore cinema, people who watch all films, the lovers of classical films, the history of cinema, etc., etc. So what they had there was completely different to any other film library in London. They had the books you would expect to find at the British Film Institute, i.e. very rare editions of biographies and the books tackling cinema, history, film history, as well as being dedicated to some of the greatest actors and film directors. And then on the other hand, the selection of DVDs and Blu-rays was indeed full of very rare titles, the titles you couldn't find anywhere else, you know, the DVDs that otherwise would cost you 40, 50 pounds at the time, and with a annual subscription. So if you were a member of the Close Up at the time, you would also get a magazine which they printed on a quarterly basis. You would have free access to the DVDs, so you could borrow as many as you wanted. And when I talked to them in, I think it was 2008, they were quite keen on developing, and their dream was to have a cinema. So eventually they managed to get the grant or the permission to get another property, which in fact is just around the corner from where the old library was, and they had created this small but incredibly beautiful, well-built cinema that screens very rare avant-garde films and is dedicated to both history of arts on film, i.e. the underground film movements and the experimental films, as well as film directors and other participants, and sometimes there's special events with Q&As that people come in. In fact, I want to go recently to an event that was run by them where you had Chris Petit, who is a well-known British writer, novelist, as well as a well-known film critic from the 70s. He was at one time the editor of Time Out Film, the section in the magazine that at the time was the absolutely quintessential guide to anything that was happening in London, as well as a film director. He did direct a few films, and one of them is called Radio On, the film that perfectly captured the music scene of the 1970s, the late 1970s, and the film that looks very much like Wim Wenders' films, if you're familiar with the great director. Road movies, somebody on the road experiencing life and all the activities through just traveling and meeting different people as he goes along. So absolutely wonderful film. And what was particularly interesting is that the event was dedicated to fundraising, something that we are doing presently on the but the fundraising at that special event with Q&As and Chris, his wife, was in order to raise funds for his son, who had developed very severe, very unusual type of epilepsy that requires very, very expensive treatments, and therefore they were raising funds for these treatments to be constantly or permanently available. Unfortunately, the event coincided with our all-out train strikes, and I was unable to get there for that particular event, so I was totally gutted, as I really love both the film and the director, and one of his books called Psalm Killer is one of my favorite books of all times. So it was a rare opportunity to meet him face to face and ask him questions and do various things. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend due to train strikes. I don't live in central London, therefore it's a bit, it's very impossible, in fact, to go to some of those parts unless you have access to public transport. And these events are frequently present at the Close-Up, and it's a fantastic small artistic hub for people who are involved with visual arts, video, filmmaking, anybody who is into photography. And then incidentally, the person who I was with is a very well-known musician, and we talked to the chap who worked at the bar, somebody who is the regular staff, who is also incredibly well-versed within the artistic community, knows a lot about films and music. And so we talked about various events that we attended, different types of gigs, different types of encounters with many different personalities. It was absolutely delightful to have gone there and to have had a couple of hours of these encounters and discussions, which in fact were unexpected and definitely very, very pleasant and highly pleasurable. So it was very, very good to go there, and I can most highly recommend it to literally everyone. It's called Close-Up. It is just off Brick Lane, if you are familiar with London and the east side of the city, and you can find it with ease. It is highly visible with a big shop front, and once you come in, there's a cafe together with the library and the videos, and then once you go in you can go to the cinema as well. So really a very, very delightful type of place for anyone and everyone to use if you want to be making new connections within the artistic community, and also if you just happen to be out there after you had your curry. Brick Lane is very well known for a great number of its curry houses. There are very, very many Indian restaurants, or I should say the restaurants from Indian subcontinents, because you will have both Bengali and Nepalese and Indian and Hindu and Krishna and Pakistani food and cuisine on offer, depending on what restaurant you went to. So if you had your dinner and you fancied a cup of coffee and a cake, well, that is the place to go to. Offer them good prices, and most importantly with a wonderful company and many people who are into the films and anything artistic or anything linked to visual arts. So you will not you will not make a wrong decision if you decided to join some of those folks there. Anyway, it was really a wonderful day, and therefore I've not been here live on air. So how is everyone? Are you playing some games? Are you considering some of the novelties in Destiny? I'll tell you very shortly about the Destiny Day, or I should say the Bungie Day that indeed was on the 7th of 7th, yesterday. I was not able to tell you anything about it on Friday as I was away, but today we'll catch up with some of the novelties. Don't forget, they are still having a whole string of rewards which will last, I think, for about a week, and you can still hop in and do various grinds in order to get these rewards. It's always good. Yesterday there on the Bungie Day, they were also giving freebies such as t-shirts and cups and various other things, depending on what type of activity you pursued. And I believe also some competitions that people could have entered. So in view of the Bungie Day, I had seen many really interesting postings on Twitter Twitter that indicated that there are lots and lots of people who still adore, love Destiny, play it every day, despite all the negativity that we've seen on Reddit and Twitter. But you know, it's a very large community. We have people worldwide who are engaged with the game and enjoy it. And don't forget, there are many, many people who never ever voice their opinion on any of the social networking forums, and yet they play the game and come to the arena every single day. So I don't think Bungie have a lot to worry about. They just have to carry on and certainly spearhead the effort with their pioneering attempts to create a world that is always evolving within a very interesting format and within the world that is offering a multitude of different activities. I think that's basically the key. We had an in-depth discussion the other day with Matthias about his own perspective of Destiny. He obviously prefers Destiny 1 and like some of the other Destiny 1 veterans, but it's down to personal preference. It's down to what people enjoy doing the best, and I think the best way of approaching both games is from a different angle, because the original game is certainly a sort of a project that is a lot more difficult to complete, that requires constantly a maximum team effort, and it does have some really very grindy, very lengthy tasks. It's a game that belongs to a degree to the old gen in terms of its old in-game mechanics, you know, with the lengthy grinds, completing the missions. Some of them need to be done within a specific period of time, and it has a next-gen approach with non-linear storytelling and a world that is evolving, that is massive, that has many different places. So you know, two different approaches in one. And I think with the sequel we've had a progression towards a new world, next-gen graphics, next-gen approaches, ever-evolving world, massive amounts of activity, loads of planets, loads of new characters, and in recent times we've seen the greater emphasis on the storytelling. So a lot to look forward to. In fact, I'll tell you also about the showcase. I got some news from Bungie yesterday on the date and time and everything else that they will be presenting. So definitely there is a lot to look forward to overall. Also, I'm aware of the fact that some people are grinding Diablo 4. I did have some messages saying that people are really unhappy with how difficult the game appears to be at the latter stages as you level up to about 75. Well, what can I tell you? Blizzard did tell everyone that allowing certain people to come in early is not going to be hampering the effort of so many afterwards, and that's exactly what's turned out to be the real deal. And most people are still grinding the game in order to get to the level 100. They also had short periods of the game non-functionality, as they basically unplugged the servers in order to work on what appeared to be a DDoS attack on the servers, and the game didn't perform, and it had serious issues. That was obviously due to the cyber terrorist attack, or you could say the cyber terrorism, which is, I guess, delivered in the form of hacking, attacking the servers, disabling them temporarily, and therefore the participants would get all kinds of error messages and lots of trouble with accessing the content. I just wonder whether Bungie experiencing the same, as we did have the same error messages the other day on Destiny 1 and 2, a few days after the technical team of Bungie's confirmed that all the problems have been resolved. So, remains to be seen whether this carries on, and we certainly want all of those people who are doing such things, first of all, investigated and then arrested and then sentenced, because this is just completely unacceptable considering how many people not just enjoy the game but get together every single day to spend time with their own community, and these types of attacks really are preventing any form of activity attached to the server. So it isn't just not being able to play the game, but you can't access your community, and we've seen so many times here on the channel how it is so important for so many people to be able to do that if they live in remote communities, if they're away from urban activities, if people feel a bit alienated or isolated, if they experience some degree of vulnerability. These communities online are literally a lease of life. They provide the most vital support to so many people worldwide. And yesterday with a colleague I discussed everything related to video gaming, and I guess she is not as familiar with the world, but I explained the positivity, the advancements, and the importance of forums of this sort, where people share the same interest and therefore get involved with communities that are linked to Twitch or YouTube with the live streams, and therefore make many new friends, never feel alone, discover other interests, join forces, become creative, and therefore persevere with life in a way which is different to what they are used to. So that itself is really, really remarkable, and I really want to see a lot of that, and we will be supporting always on this channel any form of creativity that is being displayed, as long as it is decent and legal. I need to stress that as well, and as long as it is within the parameters that Twitch outlines, being polite and amicable and all inclusive and friendly. We are always going to be supporting that sort of talent, because I personally think the capacity to excel creatively within those forums is incredibly great, and it is down to every single person to test his or her own abilities in that sort of creative endeavor, and find out in creating a content that is interesting to others. And that doesn't have to be in games. I've seen lots of female cosplayers doing various dances, producing costumes, running very interesting, very interactive chat sessions or forums at which they were discussing relationships or bonds, and various kind of activities linked to a certain age group. I think that's wonderful. I think it's fantastic, because not everyone has access to the services where they can receive counseling, for instance, any form of input from the professionals, and being able to join such groups is similar to what you see sometimes on American television series, where you have support groups running churches, which is very, very common in the US. And it's exactly the same thing. You don't have to go to your local church to meet up with maybe 5 or 10 people. You have the opportunity to connect with so many from around the world, and your community can also have quite a few people in a live forum where you can talk, discuss things. As I said, they do not have to be based on games. They can be, but they don't have to be. You can go through chatting forums and you will get other people who talk about other issues and be focused on other subjects. So all of that, I think, is remarkable. It's opening up so many different horizons of ideas, both in terms of creativity, but most importantly in the areas of immediate emotional support. And if we are to be making this world to be a better place for us all, then these are the forums that we can definitely use and utilize on. Alright, so I think today, as we start a bit late, we are going to be now connecting with the news first of all, and then after that, well, before we go to the news, I actually have already opened a few things here on my display. I wanted to tell you that the community-based content that we do every single time gets its postings or reflections on my Twitter. So everyone who's watching, everyone who is a fan of social networking, go to my Twitter, hit the button follow, and scroll through the tweets page. Sometimes you can go to the replies page as well, because replies page will have more entries, and you will be able to discover, in addition to the announcements that tell you exactly when the stream is going to be, you are also getting the postings with clips and with screenshots of our community-based activity here on the channel. So today I did post a couple of well, one is a clip, the other one is a screenshot of activities that Sekapupu, our Finnish dedicated member of our community, somebody who's also a founding member of the community here on this channel, and the activities we completed a little while back. So one is a screenshot of two of us in battle, the other is the activity I talked about quite a bit here on my channel, where Sekapupu was able to get inside the postmaster's cabin, and I call it like a raid. He's raiding the postmaster cabin, so you can actually see that he's inside of the cabin together with Katie. Two of them are together, and I'm just literally dancing away, being so happy that he had been able to do that. It was a training session, like a tutorial that we had on that particular day, that was run by one of our other community members from the US who knew how to do that. There was some sort of glitches that would enable people on PlayStation to do these kinds of things, and that is sometimes amongst the Destiny hardcore veterans and gamers highly attractive and interesting. So everyone was learning, and it was a wonderful session, which in fact I immortalized by some of these clips that took. And our other friend, I'm trying to think what his name is, Zach, they were trying to get in, but they were doing it at the same time, and therefore the game was not allowing both of them to come in. So it was a bit strange, because both of them got stuck in between, somewhere in the wall or at the counter. and that clip is already being posted to my Twitter. So you got these ones with myself and Sekapupu. You have Gale and myself getting ready for some battles. You have a Dark Haunting, Gale and myself at the reef getting ready for Prison of Elders rounds. You have a screenshot which indicates that we successfully completed both the rounds and the challenge and went down there to get some weapons, to get some loot, some rewards. We have also one screenshot with myself and Dark Haunting as we were chatting away and looking into the future. So all of that is on Twitter. That's my Twitter, reflecting all of our activities here on the channel. So I'd like to invite all of our community members to always go to Twitter to have a look at some of these screenshots and clips, and please leave some comments, because it will help also other people on Twitter to discover the channel and to discover our activities. The algorithms of Twitter are not operating as well as they used to due to Elon Musk intervention, and you'll find that some postings are not really being picked up with the search engine, even if you have the relevant hashtags. So any form of comment, any form of interaction will actually make sure that the people who are connected with our community members elsewhere will be able to see some of the activity. It will help, first of all, this channel. Secondly, our Destiny community, which is very big here attached to the channel. And then we'll also be getting some benefits in terms of the fundraising and the overall community content, because at the end of the day we want people to recognize that fundraising for charities is important and donate. And secondly, we will get then new community members joining our community and becoming active participants here online with others doing the game as we go along. So that is what the future brings to us, and that is what I would like our community members to do. So if you have a moment, just have a look at Twitter and just chuck in a few comments which are indicating that you watched either the clips or the activity, that you have some certain thoughts and opinions about it, and just make sure you shout them out loud so other people will pick up on everything that you said. So so these are the ones, and that was all I want to say about our community-based content. Whatever we do together with others will be reflected through some of these screenshots and clips. So now we'll look at the news. First of all, I will go to the news about Destiny. Greatly anticipated showcase event is going to be the 22nd of August, so that is 6 weeks away from today, and that will be delivered at 9 o'clock a.m. Pacific time in the US, right? If I'm not mistaken, that is 3 o'clock p.m. Actually, it shouldn't be. Should be at 5 o'clock p.m. UK time, and I guess 6 o'clock p.m. European time. And Destiny creator Bungie said, catch the final shape reveal and look forward to the future of Destiny. So that also is on my Twitter. If you want to get the date and the times into your diary, just go to my Twitter and copy and paste, or enter it into your smartphone based Microsoft calendar, and then you will have alerts and everything. You will not be able to miss it. But just remember, it's on the 23rd of August and 22nd of August of 2023, and this is at 9 o'clock a.m. Pacific time. They gave us yesterday a big rundown on two different things. One was on the Bungie Day that indeed was held yesterday, and the other is a big rundown on the update, which is a mid-season update. In fact, I did have messages from a couple of our community members, and I've seen also postings on Reddit that indicated that many community members were angry, worried, or indeed concerned that there's been no mid-season update, that nothing's happened. So Bungie responded to that, and indeed we had some detailed information on all related. So I'll tell you first of all more about Bungie Day and what's been happening yesterday. Anyone who is interested, you can still catch up with some of the things, but you know, I missed the boat. I had other activities and responsibilities yesterday, and therefore that 7th of July indeed had fled away from me. So they said, this week in Destiny we are drooling over more cutscene goodness, taking a peek at upcoming weapon changes, and scooping out at the latest update regarding the community voted exotic weapon ornament that kicked off earlier this year. Oh, and celebrating the new secret exotic mission. If you haven't checked it out yet, you totally should. Not that I'm trying to be your guy who wrote this, I'm not sure who that is. Somebody obviously from Budgie Community Management. He says this is just really interesting activity. Before diving into this week's TWID Delight, let's take a quick look back at what's been shared last week. An update on game stability and next steps. Next week is Lucky Week in fishing, so that is what we are going to be getting next week. The Witness Origins cutscene. Question is of Drown current Prime Gaming drop extended to July the 19th. Well, I need to have a look at that because I did not pick up on anything through Amazon Prime Gaming, and who is a Destiny veteran or who wants to be having interesting add-ons and packs, always double check, as from time to time they are providing all of that free of charge through Amazon Prime Gaming, and it's obviously free, you don't have to pay anything. So what's coming up is, yesterday was Bungie Day, and then cutscene indeed has been out. Mid-season weapon turning preview, final Iron Banner heads up within this season, show that exotic fish bride, and we heard you like Witherboard, no, Witherhoard, not board. So they're telling us more about it. So on the Bungie Day, because you know we love our sevens here, and we're excited to be celebrating with the Bungie Foundation for this year's Giving Festival, fishing shenanigans, and some sold loot to snag before this week is out. First up, let's look at what the Bungie Foundation has going on at present. So the Bungie Foundation is empowering our incredible community to put their best gaming foot forward for a good cause, and that is exactly what we are doing, but not as part of the Bungie Foundation. We are doing the charitable fundraising for a charity that I selected in Britain, and it's a very similar sort of thing. And in case you missed it, the full blog post about Bungie Day Giving Festival you can check out on the Bungie website, and there is a brief breakdown of what to expect. So first of all, yesterday you were able to claim in-game items. So you could claim limited edition Marathon t-shirts. Marathon is not connected to Destiny in any way. It is a new PvP game that Bungie are working on, and they were offering these t-shirts free of charge yesterday. And even PlayStation game codes for titles like The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, God of War, and more. So these are the very best exclusives that Sony had to offer within the last 15 years or so, and getting these codes for free was indeed tremendously exciting for many of our community members. Don't miss out on the 7-day prizes either, which includes fantastic finds like plushies and even a Varric statue. Well, we'll definitely be trying it. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time every day to and have a look at everything, but I certainly shall be doing it. Today I'll have a look at it as well after we complete the stream, and recommend to all of our community members to do exactly the same, because all the loot, all the gifts, everything else that you're getting on such days or during such giveaway weeks are going to stay with you, and you can keep them. It will remind you of the activity, and most importantly, just remember it comes from the Bungie Foundation that is supporting good cause. Involved with a good causes activity will make you feel very good about yourself, because you will be involved in something that will bring benefits to other people's lives. In my instance in here, as I'm supporting Mind, you become an active participant in saving lives. Broken minds destroy lives, and being able to contribute and help for such charities to operate normally with additional assets is saving lives, and you become an active participant. So it's absolutely critical that everyone gets involved. In addition to what I already described, a variety of emblems for those guardians chipping in for good cause. So we get specific emblems if we are, for instance, donating, right? Community emblem: create an emblem you'd like to see in Destiny 2 for a shot at winning our emblematic competition, for a shot at that dream becoming a reality. So if you are an avid graphic designer, or if you want to be involved in the creation of the emblem, you can just send it off, and indeed the winner will be declared and found in due course. You can also directly donate to the campaign if you are feeling generous. Well, I can certainly say absolutely donate to the Bungie Foundation. The benefits will be tremendous for those who are in the need, and equally you can be donating here in order to support the Mind charity, the charity that works with people who are experiencing mental health issues or any other form of emotional pressure, and they provide individual group counseling in our communities. And by donating, you are going to be making sure that their services can continue, and secondly, they could expand, they can grow, they can pay the wages of those people who work for them, and who are indeed on salaries, as the services are provided by professionals and volunteers at the same time. So remember that, very, very important. Very important to access the information which is on my about page on Instagram and Twitter, as well as here on the chat when I post these links. I usually post about 3 links in the course of one broadcasting session, so very easy to just scroll and find a link and then read all about it and get involved. So you can also directly donate to the campaign if you're feeling generous. Any support helps, big or small. Well, that's what needs to be always said. Most people imagine that the donations will always be massive with huge amounts of money, but I always said any sort of contribution, however big or small, will tremendously help everyone, and the idea is to get as many people as possible fully involved. Because if you had 1,000 people offering £1, that already would be the donations of £1,000. If you had 2,000 people offering 50 pence per person as a donation, that already would be £1,000, and £1,000 is the figure that we have got here for our charitable fundraising campaign that we would like to reach by the end of this year, by the end of December. So it's on the 31st of December at midnight that the campaign will end, and then we'll be able to have a look at what's been generated literally right from the beginning. So anyone who's contributing will have the opportunity to take part in our community-based activities. Every milestone of 100 is going to be met by a special session that will be dedicated to the pinnacle activities here in Destiny. And we also will be running some quizzes and some polls in order to make sure that everything that we are wearing or using is actually created or applied according to the wishes of our viewers. The participants will be our veterans of the Destiny community here on the channel, together with the donors, people who are supporting the campaign and helping out with everything that is charitable fundraising related. So as part of Bungie Day celebration, they also had a series of community fishing derbies for players to compete in, for those that wanted to really dive deep into the seasonal fun. And to complete, Guardians will need to catch as many fish as possible with a given time frame. So there will be 5 fishing derbies, which will be 1 hour each, spread out throughout the day to help you find a good time to participate. So they had Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta and Echo derbies at different times of day. And the top 3 scorers from each of the 5 derbies would be highlighted in the next week's this week in Destiny, as well as receive a special Bungie Foundation digital prize pack that contains the following item. So listen to this: in the digital prize pack, you're going to be getting Heartful Shell Exotic Ghost, fully equipped with heart bubbles galore. You'll be getting Blue Blood Cells, this year's Bungie Day Giving Festival emblem, Helium Hearts, so you can give your besties something to lift their spirits, Bungie Day Emblem Bundle, every Bungie Day emblem released over the past 5 years. So really a very, very good pack of different types of rewards for anyone who wants to be doing the fishing, and then obviously after catching very many would be within that top tier bracket of 3. If one person wins multiple derbies, we will award the next highest scorer. With a lucky perk that went live at reset this week, you'll have a chance to catch double the number of exotic fish while scooping out your favorite hotspots for some time. Ready to tally up, and this is what you need to be doing. And you need to know a few things. If you pick up any junk, you'll get nil points. Uncommon, it's 1 point. Rare, it's 2 points. Legendary, it's 5 points. And exotic, it's 20 points. So also we are getting increased reputation games across the board for rituals until July the 11th. So that's until the reset on Tuesday. And the Bungie store also has other bits and The Bungie store has wares. If you have engrams, the Bungie store will be kicking off its big Bungie Day sales events on July the 7th, and you have 1 week to browse them on discounted prices. So, you know, obviously they're driving people to monetization. They want people to buy certain things, but don't forget, if you're purchasing directly through the Bungie Foundation, you are contributing towards charitable works, and you are going to be saving lives. So take a pick whether you want to go directly to the Bungie store or through the foundation, and definitely make sure that you invest, however big or small that investment is going to be. Anyone that shops the store during the Bungie Day week-long sale, so that is ending on Tuesday, you'll also get a free Bungie Day themed emblem too. Just make sure you add Scoop Up Desired drop before July the 13th, otherwise you'll miss out on the emblem goodness and some incredible sales. And before we forget, he says, we'll also be featuring a massive restock of previously retired Bungie rewards for anyone that is eligible and may have missed out on the first go round. And we've heard also from them that Sloan dropping those knowledge bombs in perfect cutscene form. And the writer says here, I'm not a great fan of dramatics, but last week's cutscene broke me in the best way, and judging by your reactions, I'm far from alone. Sloan is a total hero, and what's next is going to be one heck of a wild ride. For anyone who wants to revisit an intense moment, Sloan, Zavala and Asa I should say, or anyone who might have missed it entirely and doesn't mind spoilers, you can get the cutscene below here on the page, which is on the Bungie website. So that's the news as far as the information related to the Bungie Day is concerned. I've got more news about the mid-season update, which I'll give you straight away, and then we'll talk a bit about some other news. There are some interesting betas that people may wish to play this week. I'll tell you that. Also, there are some interesting games that we had to pay for until this week, and they've gone free. So anyone who paid for them will be crying for the money. But nevertheless, as I said many times here on my channel, the present economic model that is seen as most popular is the games offered for free, like Apex or Warzone, and then offering a tremendous number of optional purchases through treasure packs and seasons. And these make, believe you me, billions, not millions, but billions of dollars per year. So it's a new, very successful eco model that is being applied, and we had seen quite a number of titles that were offered as a purchase only types of games to go down this route. And the one I'll be telling you about is exactly that. I played the game already on Xbox, and I quite liked it, and I think it had a game with huge potential. Anyway, we'll come back to that very shortly. Let me tell you about the developer insights, and somebody called Mercules. He is also from the community team, and he is just giving us the update on weapons turning preview. So this is going to be a bit smaller mid-season balance pass than usual, in large part due to the substantial changes that are coming in season 22. So I'm curious to see that. We hear that every single time. Yeah, just a bit something here, but the next season is going to be grander, bigger, more epic, more things to do. Well, it doesn't always materialize, let's face the facts, but as the season 22 is going to be the last one before the end of the Darkness versus the Light saga, I'm expecting that there are going to be quite a few changes and quite a few introductions that hopefully will be binding, already now seen as the old content of the first, 6 years, with the content that will be indeed arising before us after the end of the last shape. So we have here weapon archetypes: pulse rifles. In general, he says, we feel pulse rifles are in a good place, but pulses with low base aim assist start values, like the high impact for instance, feel too forgiving of near misses, so we reduce the size of the automatic aim cone at nil stat, which will noticeably affect pulses with stat values on the lower end of the scale, with reduced effect as the stat value increases. So beware, Guardians, they are obviously tampering with the strength and the power of certain weapons. And make sure that you are reading the article, or indeed listening to this broadcast, and then soaking up the information accordingly. What about the weapons that indeed have been reduced in power, then you will be using them for certain activities, and then that will create certain amount of frustration, because guess what, the weapon will not work as well as it used to. So very important to double check this. Bows, lightweight bows, have been one of the least used, at least effective weapon subfamilies in the game for a long time. Well, it's obvious, because they're really slow, and in high octane activities you need very fast reactions. I got to say the same. I've used bows when they were tied into bounties and to some of the quests, but that was about it. It's really not my favorite weapon for the reasons stated. And they said a lot of the feedback around them centered on how much worse they feel than precision bows or anything outside of close range. To address this, we've substantially increased the range at which they can deal full damage. We improved the accuracy a small bit as well. We also have some more changes coming to all bows in Season 22, which should improve both how they are affected by reload perks and how well their shots register at longer ranges. So lightweight bows increase the fixed damage fall of start distance from 15 to 25 meters, increase fixed damage fall of end distance from 20 to increase final accuracy by 10%. So we have submachine guns. We heard a lot of feedback that the new dynamic reticle, while displaying interesting information, was far too cluttered and made it difficult to use the weapon in combat. We made a second pass over the reticle aimed at reducing both the thickness of the lines and their opacity, which minimizes the clutter when ADS, while retaining the ability to show you the effect perks of or other actions have on your weapon, accuracy, aim and assist. Apparently they've applied improvements to Shayura's Wrath, ADS dynamic reticle, shotguns, lightweight shotguns falling behind at precision, and lightweight shotguns reduce the spread angle of the outer horizontal pellets roughly 15%. Exotic weapons increase PvE damage by 67%, remove the extra aim assist provided by the catalyst, reduce the damage dealt by cosmology expansion by 40% against players, damage in PvE unchanged. No time to explain has been somewhat surpassed, reduced the range stat by 10. Fighting Lion fixed an issue where the Chimera perk on the catalyst was not applying the buffs to kinetic and past-lot weapons. So the list goes on, and I don't want to bore you anymore with perks and gunshot straight, slick draw, target lock, some reduced, some extended. Also they worked on the sandbox in the form of zoom, so that's changed. You've got the full list of ADS damage fall of start distances 0 to 100 range stats on the page, which is on Bungie.net Developer Insights Season 21. And what about the second balance bar? Season 23 work is in full swing here on the weapons team, which means a lot of things are still in the flux. We do know for sure that glaives, and yes, the class exotics, will be getting some substantial tuning, obviously, because they're very, very powerful, and we're excited to share details of that as we get further along. For now, we can let you know that we are looking at ways to make them feel better to use without making them annoying to play against, and we're experimenting with things like reducing the delay after firing before you can melee, improving the base projectile speed, and altering how shield energy is granted. If you are a glaive aficionado, we'd be interested to know how those changes strike you, and even if you aren't, we'd just like to hear from you. Well, obviously we'll pay attention to everything glaive related. I used glaive extensively in Destiny 2, and one of the very best weapons, particularly for melee, for quick action and quick engagement with adds, particularly if they come in very large numbers, as glaive was extremely fast and extremely powerful, and I really enjoyed it. So if they are to be reducing the strength, I will be somewhat disappointed, because I felt that with some of the other top weapons, pinnacle weapons, we are then given extra powers, and it's ideal for the newbie players and other people in the community who are using other kit that appears to be not as powerful. So, you know, blends in very well within a squad. I think that is what I want to say. Okay, so that's all Destiny related. Plenty of news coming from Bungie. Everyone's hyped up about the 22nd of August presentation, and we just have to be a bit patient and then wait for it. Diablo 4's first season gets late July release date, brings new corrupted enemies and gear. So we've seen and heard that Diablo is being played by so many, and this season will go live on the 20th of July, so still 2 weeks for us to wait. And then there will be a promise of a new boss battle, quest line and gear to get your hands on. Right? Season of the Malignant is the title of the season, and the malignancy that's taken hold of the Burning Hell's armies cannot remain unchecked. You must snuff it out at the source before all of the sanctuary becomes its thrall. That's what Blizzard said. So it looks like there's going to be plenty of action. The game I told you about earlier, that's gone free now, is Naraka Bladepoint, and the game has been on the Game Pass. So the game is now coming to PlayStation 5 as well, and that is 2 years after its debut, and it is going basically down the route of free-to-play. From the 30th of July, up to 60-player PvP mythical melee battle royale game, which crossed 20 million unique players just ahead of its second anniversary, will be free to play and download on all platforms. So there will be new content, features and updates in order to celebrate, and that will include 12 versus 12 mode called Capture the Spirit Well, a new dual halberd weapon, PlayStation 5's exclusive items, and a new 1000-year-old fox demon called Tessa, which will be joining the roster. So that's sounding really good. The beta I told you about is the Warhammer Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin. They are opening up on Xbox Series X. So people who are on Xbox Series X and S, and I'm one of those guys, who want to be playing Warhammer Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin early, can do so now by downloading the open beta from the Xbox Store. I've got to tell you that finding betas on Xbox Store is not that easy. It does take a bit of time and effort, so make sure you click on the right button, because sometimes the menu will be bringing you back to the actual game purchase, and that's not where you need to be entertaining. And I've had that with a few demos and a few betas. Anyway, once you find it, just click on download and crack on, and then just provide us with some feedback. I'm quite interested to hear what the new Warhammer Age of Sigmar is going to be like. As I said, it is accessible now, so we don't have to be wondering, and it will be open from July the 7th until July the 10th. So July the 10th, that will be on Monday. Xbox Game Pass price increase has gone into effect, and some subscription conversion ratios have changed. So the stacking method is no longer 1-to-1, but a 3-to-2 ratio. The stacking trick now yields 8 months of Ultimate but 12 months of XBL Gold. That's not that favourable, I've got to say, but I'm not interested in stacking. You just subscribe to the Ultimate, claim your rewards points, and then have it for free. You need to be doing it every single day, both on your console and laptop, as they integrated the search engine with the rewards points, and you will get quite a few if you do daily polls and quizzes and searches and all sorts, and you are going to be able to get about 10,000 per month, which means your Ultimate will be provided free of charge. So really it's a very good deal, but it does require that degree of regularity and diligence on behalf of the gamer. And just see what I said. The base Game Pass subscription is now priced at $10.99 per month on console, and that is in dollars, representing a $1 price increase, whereas Game Pass Ultimate jumped by $2 from $14.99 to the new $60.99 monthly price. The PC version of Xbox Game Pass has not been changed and remains $9.99 per month, which tells you that Microsoft and Xbox are absolutely persevering with the idea of Game Pass being fully accessible on PCs, and investing in that market, wanting the PCs to be the next big thing with gaming that is instantly accessible wherever you are via the cloud service. So definitely very much of interest, and let's see how everything evolves. I'm not going to spend more time on this. I just can say to everyone, subscribe to the Ultimate, because you will try to make some savings through stacking. I think in terms of what I've heard and what's come up, give an example in here. 1 to 3 months of gold, ultimate ratios remain the same. 6 months of gold that converts into 81 days of the ultimate, which is an increase of 2 days. 12 months of gold, ultimate ratio remains the same. So it's like fine tuning, and there are some differences depending on what you want to be putting together. So some subscriptions remain the same, the others have gone up, and the best deal you can have is on the Ultimate. So pursue the Ultimate subscription and you'll get everything fully included. And if you are doing the rewards points, you will also get it for free. You will need to get either 10,000 if you leave it on the automatic kind of redeem, or 12,000 if you want to do it manually every single month. 12,000 rewards points on Xbox are necessary in order to get that benefit, the benefit to which you're getting the Ultimate for free in the course of that month. So remember that, it's very useful, and if you are having that degree of regularity and discipline, and that does comprise the achievements together with your daily and weekly quests, and you need to go to the profile to find out what the Xbox is actually wanting you to do. Then you also look at the rewards, the rewards app that gives you different types of options, from watching trailers and checking out games through various other activities, and all of that needs to be combined with your activity on either a laptop or PC, because the search engine and a few other things there are giving you then access to other activities that will bring in many rewards points. So Star Wars Eclipse is likely to feature a lot of choice and consequence gameplay, so that's quite good, because I would want to see Star Wars to be like Mass Effect, and we've heard that the reason for that is the game is being developed by Quantic Dream, and Quantic Dream, similar to BioWare, are well known for the games that have that decision making process fully integrated. Depending on what you do and how you do it, how you ask questions, how you behave, you will get certain types of outcomes, or certain kinds of resolutions. So you remember that was the case with Heavy Rain, with Detroit Become Human, with Beyond Two Souls, with Fahrenheit, always the same system, and definitely very, very interesting and highly replayable. So anyone who's not tried the games, definitely do so, have a look and try them and enjoy. And they said that they're branching out the narrative experience, featuring multiple characters. The story is set to take place during the High Republic era in the Star Wars timeline. And as this is just one of the many upcoming Star Wars games, it'll take us to a galaxy very far away. And this game was announced, the Star Wars Eclipse, in 2021, and it's set to be in early development. And they said that there's not been very much of information coming our way. They did confirm there will be lots of choice and consequence gameplay. So we've heard yesterday also that in view of the artificial intelligence boom, there have been some interesting mods developed for Skyrim. And I think the mods that I quite liked, and I think I talked about already, eroticize some of the characters, and there's been a mixed response from the Elder Scrolls community about it. I'm surprised I've not tried it earlier, but maybe these are some new ones, or maybe they will present, the lead characters in a somewhat different light. I'm not sure, but I have used them on my Skyrim gameplay, and I thought they were very, very good. So they say here, more and more Skyrim mods, including more than a few on the M-rated side, are using AI-generated voices based on real voice actors. Some of those actors have now publicly decried the practice of scraping and cloning performances without permission, especially for pornographic purposes. Well, that's something else. I've not tried any of that. AI voice work is not a new controversy, but it's become significantly more prevalent in the Skyrim modding scene in recent months on the back of the AI Tool Events Lab, which basically got off the ground in 2022 and slowly gathered momentum among Skyrim modders. So the official stance of Nexus Mods, which in April 2023 ruled that AI-generated mod content is not against the rules. And also that statement and that kind of acknowledgement did add fuel to fire. AI has fairly recently been used to give voices to the Dragonborn, some Skyrim NPC companions, and plenty of other characters. Naturally, it was only a matter of time before the technology reached explicit mods, which have been a step too far for some. So, we've got lots of people writing and complaining about this, and don't want to bore you with this, but basically, as I said, they turned the game into something more adult. So if you're interested, you can try it. If not, just ignore and resort to the default settings. A few more bits. We've talked here about a very good game called Hi-Fi Rush. Don't know whether you played it, but it's a bit like a fighting game with a bit of dialogue, really good storytelling and instruments and music that is a pretext for the battles. And I quite enjoyed the game, played it a bit, and it's accessible on Xbox. And the Xbox Series X and S are now offering us a brand new Hi-Fi Rush dynamic background, which you can use as your theme. And I've used actually recently several of these, and they're quite good. There was the dynamic theme stroke background for Redfall, which was up and running on my system for a while. And then I recently swapped it for the one related to Diablo, and that's very good because you've got the beast in there with the wings, and they're constantly moving, and it just looks great. Anytime there is a major game out to you on Xbox, you want to have a look whether there is another theme accessible which you can import and therefore have it on your display 24/7. Makes it really interesting, makes it engaging, and principally, if you leave it on default, then Xbox will be choosing the theme according to what you are currently doing. And that doesn't look particularly good. Having a proper dynamic theme, which is fully set up, does give you that degree of benefit. It's, it just looks good, and you can change the theme from time to time to make sure that your setup looks interesting, refreshed, and highly engaging. I still have God of War Ragnarok dynamic theme on my PlayStation, and I just don't want to move it because it's the best that I've ever had. It looks incredible. It's the two of them there on a boat, and just absolutely tip top, the best possible. And I will keep it for a very long time. I don't know why I'm sort of slightly, I wouldn't say I'm tired, but I feel slightly remote compared to the usual, and maybe it's to do with the change of weather. It's raining really badly outside. They told us there's going to be massive thunderstorms today, and change of pressure, or atmospheric pressure or something. I don't know what it is. After I finish the news, I'll have a look at what I've got here and have a hot drink and a couple of biscuits before we crack on with some exciting gameplay. I told you about this the other day. Grand Theft Auto 5 joined Xbox Game Pass already. So and what's interesting, I did have a look yesterday. They have two different versions. One version is already remastered for or adapted for the use of Xbox Series X and S, and the other is the standard edition. So depending on which one you played before, you can just click and enter. I played the standard edition and I quite liked it. It was very, very good, and I'll play it again. So too many games to play, and if you're a streamer and if you're attached to one game like I am with Destiny, there's very little time elsewhere for anything else, and that's sad really, as we have so much choice. And I told you about Nicolas Cage being in Dead by Daylight, and he had joined the game in the course of this week. So that's it really, that's the news. I don't have anything else which I want to be telling you. And let me see what else we've got. We have some questions from our community members, and let me just have a look. Yeah, we have Stanley asking about Mass Effect Andromeda, and he says, The other day, you and the other participant talked about the vehicles in Mass Effect, and I'm absolutely appalled with the poor quality of the vehicles which these games actually provided us with. I wondered as to why that is. Do you also feel that they should have been paying more attention to what vehicles were offered and how they operated in various terrains? He says again, the vehicle in Andromeda is just simply useless. It doesn't matter what mods you unlocked or discovered, it doesn't work in certain areas and it's almost impossible to get from one place to another. What are your thoughts on this? Well, Stanley, thank you for sending us the message. I'm very glad just to see and to hear that you are watching and listening to our fertile discussions. I talked about Andromeda quite a lot here, but I guess you must have been either watching or rewinding the session that we've had on Thursday, as both Matthias and myself spent quite a bit of time analyzing the game, and we compared it with Anthem, we compared it with Mass Effect Trilogy, and also we kind of tried to connect it to a new game that'll come out in September, the game called Starfield. So I agree with you. I think that Andromeda is a very ambitious project which was giving us at the time a selection of new opportunities and choices very different to the original Mass Effect trilogy, but it did seem to me as the game came out like a game in progress, the game's that's not been finished, and that's been applied to the visuals, to the dialogue. I told our community members several times that the cinematics of the missions that apply to the story, the campaign, did work well, and the just bear with me a second, this bungee is causing me another the cinematics of campaign and story-based missions were fine. They're very similar to what it had in the original trilogy, but anything else, and you will know in Andromeda there are very many side quests, didn't work properly. So you would have 2 or 3 characters on your screen in separate parts of the screen, opposing ends, and you're watching the middle section, you don't even see them. You swing the camera around on your controller, the voice keeps disappearing, it's not properly optimized. That's appalling, and you know that's just. The other thing is multiplayer offered as a completely separate section, not blending in with the story in full. Again, a fluke, not something that people want to have. They were very interested in playing the characters when you select them, you know, having a team of 3 similar to what we have here in Destiny. I mean, there are some technical issues and problems attached to this, but I think they could have spent a bit more time considering how this would have worked. Because quite frankly, in the battle sequences, the other characters do not talk to NPCs, and they're not really consequential. So I can't see the reasons why they would have not developed the ability for others to play the other 2 partners in a squad. Coming back to the modding, an enormous amount of weapons, very many mods, but actually the enemies are not particularly difficult to eliminate. We don't have raids or cataclysms in Mass Effect Andromeda, and therefore I don't understand what the purpose of this unbelievably lengthy collection of all sorts of weapons really is. You do not need the vast majority of them, and you know, with modding as well, there are some improvements which are noticeable, and I've noticed that the completely appalling vehicle that I had to be driving in Andromeda did become somewhat more useful with certain mods, but it still didn't perform too well on slippery surfaces. It still didn't want to be driven on the surfaces that resemble Mars with sand, and you were constantly getting bogged down in certain holes, ditches and valleys. You couldn't go up, and the capacity to get out of that situation was really absolutely minimal. So unless you were doing manual saves all the time, you would have to replay certain sections, and that would obviously cause an enormous amount of frustration. So I agree with you, the vehicles in both the original trilogy and Andromeda are useless, and I don't understand as to why that is, because you are having a lot of driving in Andromeda, and the vehicle where you're driving so much, you know, the assumption is should really be as good as possible. It should be really highly developed, and most importantly, highly mobile. So if you go uphill, you do not run out of steam out of the blue. The idea was to be getting certain mods, so the vehicle is not particularly useful, and you get these mods. Once I got the double acceleration mod on the vehicle, I was able to use it in some areas to some degree, but still, it was remote, it was static, it was not as adequate as it should be. They could have had different vehicles for various planets to start with, and it just seemed like a very badly considered approach. At the end of the day, any form of vehicle, be it a space shuttle or a ship or I don't know, quad bike, vehicle, APC, whatever, would have to be blending in with the environment perfectly, otherwise it's just spoiling the gameplay. I mean, we concluded the other day, as we talked about Andromeda, that the game has been beautifully written, and it does have very good dialogue and a very good story that in fact maybe even supersedes the activities of the trilogy. It has a lot of NPCs, there are lots of different types of content to be discovered and unlocked, and all of that is a massive strength of Andromeda. But unfortunately the weaknesses are very big, and they will be always plaguing the overall response to the game. So the game is, I think, undeservedly been very, very greatly criticized and shelved straight away, and I guess sent to oblivion as a game that didn't work and didn't perform. I was not really a Mass Effect game at all. And I disagree. I think it does have the BioWare Mass Effect signature. It never has been intended to be seen as a game with that degree of Mass Effect continuity, but more like an offshoot, a game that's taking place outside of the usual timeline. Yet in Andromeda we hear about the characters from the trilogy quite frequently. We don't actually see them, but we hear lots about them, and we hear about Normandy, for instance, and we hear about the way the governments are run, intergalactic senate, etc., etc. So there are pros and cons, but as far as the vehicles are concerned, it is appalling, and I don't understand as to why they've not changed this, as the game indeed has been already in circulation for about 6-7 years. What disturbed me somewhat was the visual side of the game. In some areas it looked like next-gen graphics that was state-of-the-art and perfect. At other times it looked a bit retro. Also, the characters that we have in the game come across as faint when you play the game. They don't seem to be blending in with the environment too well, and no idea as to why that is. I would assume that they were using the wrong engine. I've seen Frostbite engine was used for both Andromeda and Anthem, and that's the engine that just completely ruined those two very ambitious projects. So, hard to tell. But if I was to talk to Casey Hudson or any other guys there associated with BioWare, I would say, well, you've got to spend a bit more time thinking. Being stuck in a ditch and being lost in a hole, and being that vehicle where you absolutely cannot get out of the place where you find yourself in, is unacceptable. And it's happened to me a million times in Andromeda. It's so frustrating, because really, if you look at the drives, you drive for quite some time, and although you are meeting the enemies, that there are quite a few skirmishes, it isn't really as meaningful or as busy as it could be. Most of the times you just walk through the enemies who have fallen in order to collect ammunition, and you quickly kind of move on. But it doesn't really cut it for me on the story front in that respect, and I feel that compared to what we'd had in the trilogy, where the side missions were perfectly blending in with the campaign, and you always knew exactly what was going on, and you were kept quite busy in many of those. Hence, some of the planets where you just simply had to scan or collect a few materials, but the vast majority of other planets' activities were indeed both busy and perfectly connected to the narrative. So, a game that's half-baked, half-finished, with huge potential. And our friend Matthias also the other day said he felt very sorry that Anthem just, the team called it a day very quickly after release, realizing that the game cannot carry on within that format. And backtracking on the promises, as they talked quite a lot as the game was launched, that the technical problems will be resolved, they'll work on cataclysms, there will be other things for the game, there will be more opportunities, there will be seasons. None of that happened, because the investors and people who invested in this project for quite some time decided that this was not worth it. I certainly hope still that they will. So sorry about this. My voice is not really up to scratch. Just bear with me a second. I certainly feel that the opportunity for a massive, very successful game was lost there. Again, similar to Andromeda, the game was launched far too early, and in its original shape, it looked like a pre-alpha game. If you were to be considering in-game mechanics and non-functionality of various sections of the game, particularly the map that never worked, and it still doesn't work so many years after the game was released, and it just shortened the activity. BioWare games are all about NPCs and your discovery of these characters who actually unlock a lot of content. So, give an example. I was promoting the game initially and was involved with some of that at the time, both live on air and elsewhere. And I've read reviews coming from several in the know hubs where their reviewers would have finished the game in about 12 to 14 hours. Well, that seemed completely crazy and completely irrelevant, and the reason they've done that is they're obviously not particularly avid in terms of other BioWare projects, and they just simply went to the campaign, didn't talk to anyone. They were expecting the game to tell you, what to do next, and they didn't play more than maybe 10% of the content. Whilst I spent 146 hours on the basic campaign and everything inclusive of side missions, and I completed the game on one character within 146 hours. But there's a big difference between 12 hours and 146 hours, and the difference in Anthem compared to Mass Effect was that the activities were not easily seen on the map. The map didn't work, and you would open the map of the main base and there were no characters in there highlighted who you should need to speak to. And you couldn't find them easily unless you just literally walked everywhere and became very nosy. So again, another half-baked project. Anyway, come back to Stanley. I also agree with his viewpoints. I don't understand as to why BioWare did not spend more time, and the only thing I can say is huge ambition, less revenue and human resources to what is required for that ambition to be fully realized, and generally a project that is half-baked. They're banking on these big the big series like Mass Effect and Dragon Age, but with Andromeda they failed. Very unsuccessful launch, and then with Anthem it was much worse. So you really wonder what will happen with Mass Effect, the next installment. What is it, Mass Effect 5, right? Or is it Mass Effect 4? I don't even know. Whatever the code is. And then the other installment of Dragon Age. Dragon Age actually excelled. They've not had any problems with their releases. The only problem with the sequel was that initially people felt there was not enough content compared to the original Dragon Age Origins game, where you had plenty to do. It was a massive game, and definitely both highly entertaining and very, very enjoyable. But they corrected that in the sequel, and then again excelled with the third installment, which is called Inquisition. In fact, we talked the other day about the varieties which can be applied then to the next Mass Effect installment, with quite a number of different characters who can be, like in Diablo, change. They could change the different skills, the different skill trees. So there were lots of suggestions. Cut long story short, I thought the third installment of Dragon Age was probably the best. I quite like the first game as well, I've got to say. So for myself, it's like weighing up the two, but lots of people indicated that the third one, it was by far the best. So the game is still progressing from excellent to fantastic, and hoping, well, it could be sometimes with a change of management within the company. I don't think Casey Hudson was involved with some of the projects of late, and that indeed could be one of the reasons. But on the other hand, I think it's just the either omission on behalf of the team working on the game, or an idea which the team producing the game considers to be ingenious and really worthy, and then the community rejects. You see what I mean? They thought if you pick up a vehicle initially, the vehicle's no good, and you've got to be working hard to get all the mods to improve the vehicle. But who wants to do that? Who wants to do that in a game where there isn't such significance given to the power of certain weapons when you're tackling enemies? I mean, in Mass Effect, any weapon you picked up will actually tackle the enemies. You may not tackle them as fast as you would like, because some weapons are better than others, but it isn't like in Destiny. If you didn't have certain weapons, well, you really will have a very, very hard time trying to complete certain missions, and it's just not enough thought given to it. The multiplayer integration also didn't work, so it's very strange. Okay, so that's one question. What was the other question that we've had? Oh yeah, there was this question as well. I remember, says Jill, when I watched your Halo streams. Are you still playing Halo? And what do you think about the current season? What do you think? Is Halo better than Destiny or vice versa? Well, Jill, thank you for listening to our discussions, as we indeed debated on Halo versus Destiny, or I should say the creator of the original 3 games, Bungie, being involved with Destiny as they departed from the original series. And I don't think it's a question of better or worse. Coming back to Halo Infinite, I personally feel myself, Halo Infinite is a very good game. Enjoyed the introduction of open world. I like the missions. I like the cutscenes. I like the story. It just felt like a natural progression. Wasn't really accepted by the community. It was significantly different to all other Halo games, particularly the original series. And I think Destiny had fallen into sort of a category in between the two. On one hand, you will have in Destiny 1 very, very sort of similar in-game mechanics compared to Halo, but with the introduction of perks on weapons and different activities such as exotic quests and pinnacle stuff, pinnacle weapons and gear, you are then making it a bit more interesting, more advanced, and it isn't just about winning certain matches. And also it provided already within that concept a greater variety. I'm very keen on both games, and I think the series either way does have it. Well, both series have got huge potential still for development. I've not played really the Halo seasons of late much. I'm not that keen on deathmatch, and the concept of bang bang, kill kill, get up, fire fire fire, dead dead. It's not really my sort of thing. I prefer tactical types of military simulation games, such as Warzone or Squad or Rainbow Six Siege, and the games that really require a lot of thinking, planning, tactics and strategies, maximum teamwork. Brief death matches for me are just a complete waste of time, and they obviously are gearing towards people who are highly competitive, people want to collect scores. So what I do like about the PvP within Halo series, and particularly with Infinite, is that there are lots of different content, lots of different activities that will be bringing you different gear, different cosmetics, and for anyone who is into collecting these sorts of things, that will be really a true joy to watch. And I listened to Larry Hryb the other day. He talked about Halo and his involvement with the game and everything, and he said they have still the same original group that played Halo 20 years ago, and they still get together, old friends, and it's all very mature gamers, and they usually play a few matches and then they sit there to talk. So really, the PvP in Halo, because it does have its own origins that come from the first series, it's also like a social network, and I think if you approach it as a social network, then you will enjoy the very best of benefits. I don't really want to be attaching the value, because for me the actual bang bang death matches do not have that value. But at the same time, if you are getting a larger group of people who become a member of your community and build a social network around this activity, then it's a different game. It's not about the game. It's about that community that's attached to that particular title or that sort of PvP activity, and that itself is definitely very much worth it. So as far as I'm concerned, I love it. I think it's great, and the Master Chief Collection is one of the best packages you can get from any developer anyway. It's a phenomenally big package that remastered the original series and gave you extra content, and it's just phenomenal, and anyone should really try it, and particularly our friends here who play Destiny 1 and 2. You will be definitely delighted and truly surprised if you enter that Halo universe. Bungie are the creators of Halo, and evidently with this game they want to expand, they wanted to change direction, they wanted to become a bit more up to scratch, or maybe next gen, and they excelled. I think they really delivered. The remastered versions of Halo 1 and 2, if you play them on the remastered kind of section, you will be getting the imagery that is very similar to Destiny 1. You know, the backgrounds, the locality and everything else. It's got huge similarity. So you will find yourself completely at home if you play it. You'll find yourself, this is a bit like Destiny. You just obviously we get different characters. Got Master Chief and all the other guys there. Covenant, in fact, are the enemy, aren't they? And if you want to play still the old school, you click on the option button and it will be old school. So it's very easy to switch from one to another. I've actually heard from the guys who played, and Major Nelson, Larry Cribb, also confirmed this a couple of times on his podcast. Lots of people who played the original Halo will always resort to the old style graphics, from 2001, 2002. And I'm not keen on that, I've got to say. I'm not keen on that because I think beautiful, highly immersive visuals are really one of the key areas that kind of draw me to certain activities and certain types of titles. And I played, obviously, Halo Evolved at the time when it came out on the Xbox original, but it doesn't have the same charm for me today if I was to be hammering it within that package, because that package was fully remastered with extra content, with extra skills and everything, and I want to enjoy that as it is given then. Anyway, just my thoughts. Right, so that is all from our community for today. So as you can see, I'm truly delighted to discover that some people who are watching our streams are actually very interested in the discussions or the things that we are debating in here, and the questions that I receive are very similar. I should say they're very much aligned with the content, and that's fantastic to see. I'm so happy, and I think something's happened in recent times, as I can see that the streams are being watched on playback much more than in the past, and I've seen that the last couple of streams they were getting quite a few views on the day through the playback. So it means that people who are in other time zones are quite curious and interested about the content and all that we did in the course of one session. Watch it at other times because obviously they probably sleep whilst we are doing it live. And also the questions that are fully aligned to everything that we are debating here on the channel. So that's all wonderful. In addition, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been helping our charitable fundraising campaign for Mind. I have seen some postings, I have seen some retweets, some messages, and all of that is greatly appreciated because if you want to have a successful charitable fundraising campaign, you've got to have as much publicity as possible. People need to get involved, and they need, it's all about the numbers. More people who see the campaign on different hubs and portals, the better. And they can bring in their relatives, friends, associates, workmates, and those people can also then spread the news and therefore produce a much greater type of benefit for the donations and fundraising overall. So very grateful to everyone for helping out. Also just want to remind you of something very important. In the gaming community, we come across people who are experiencing some form of emotional pressure, or indeed people who developed certain kinds of illnesses based on their mental health. We always have got to be there, to help. We always got to be as attentive as possible and as forthcoming in order to provide space and time for those guys to be pointed in the right direction. Because video gaming and social networking joined together provide us with a fantastic opportunity to be a very powerful, very forward-thinking, very supportive community of gamers who are always there to help others. And that is extremely important. The gaming is not about chasing scores and succeeding. Obviously, if you're an esports player, if you go to competitions, that is your task. But if you are involved in esports competitions, which are also doing charitable fundraising, you will see that they will pay attention to the actual core reason as to why these events were run in the first place. So anyway, take a moment of your time to consider these types of activities and make sure that you remember those from your community, or people who live near you, or people who you know, people who have been experiencing these types of emotional problems or indeed mental health issues, and make sure that you pay attention, that you provide them with the right direction, or indeed that you direct them towards the source that will be able to help. So let's come faster. Let's have a look at what we have here in Destiny. Let's see whether anybody wants to join us. Before I do that, I need to get a drink, and I need to get a couple of biscuits because I'm feeling a bit hazy today. Don't know why. Feel perfectly alert early on, but just dawned on me as I began to talk. Maybe it's the air in here. Maybe it's I'm not sure really what it is. Hard to tell. And let me see who else is there. We have here UTF Foreign Girls, so we'll ask them to come in, see whether they want to join us, and I will do that more or less immediately, but I need to get the drink first, so just here with us. I'll be back in literally a couple of minutes after I had the drink and had biscuits, as I'm getting ready for some action, and then we'll bring in some of our friends, and we'll have probably a three-piece squad that will be yet again doing a multitude of interesting activities here in Destiny 1. Stay with us, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hello my friends, I'm back. I had my cup of tea and a couple of biscuits and feeling much better. A lot more refreshed than before. And we'll have a look at our regular activities. I just need to bring in my secondary so I can see what people are communicating and saying a bit closer to me, so bear with me. That's all good and fine. Okay, so let's see. First of all, who we've got there, who wants to join us. We have UTF and girls, so I'll just invite our friends to Fireteam, see whether they want to join us. Hopefully all will be good. And in here it should say invitations only. Okay. So the friend has been invited. We'll go to the tower first of all. Need to double check the bounties. I had quite a lot of bounties the other day. And I don't think I completed many. I completed this Prison of Elders bounty. Okay, I've gone up rank-wise, that's fine. As you can see, I've not played House of Judgment that much compared to all the other activities, and basically all the reputation you're getting for Vanguard, for Crucible, for your faction, they're really lengthy grinds. They take Slay Crucible Foes. Oh, it's the Crucible. Okay. We're actually considering whether to do some activities according to our Grimoire and the books, you know, like these ones here. We talked about that the other day. Guess we'll see whether we'll pursue some of these. Lots of rewards and things to claim in there by the looks of it. Okay. One per character. Oh, you've got one of these already. That's true. So let's have a look. What are we getting there with these rewards? Open it. Daysfire Crown. Okay, let's have a look at that. Requires level 40, which is what we do have. Days of Iron Ornament, bonus grenade, ashes to assets, second thoughts. So it's all about super energy. So that's actually really good. That is a sort of helmet that we can be using frequently. And okay, so that's that. Go to Cryptarch, see if any other. Yeah, okay. Done all the admin the other day, so I don't need to be doing it. Yeah, loads of these just need to be deleted. So that's Wolf's Bane. Crowd Control. Armor Piercing. This is a very good one. Snapshot. Injection Mold. Accuracy. Smart Drift Control. It's definitely very good. We'll lock this one, use it from time to time, try to level up. Maybe we'll be doing it together with well, we'll swap it with Dark Drinker because obviously the other ones have been masterworked. And Machine Gun Nemesis Star, Meteorite, Silver Bullet. Yeah, I guess I can just switch and try these as well. See this again. You'll recall that in the sequel we are picking up mods that are being inserted, and then we insert the mods into the armor and they give extra abilities. In the original game we don't have this. We get weapons with lots of different perks, and although you're picking up, let's say, 3 or 4 of the same, the actual perks will not be the same. So it's very important every time you pick up a new weapon, you double check the perks, see whether these are the ones you want to have. If not, you delete. Don't keep anything unnecessary in the vault, because you'll just amalgamate a huge amount of stuff that's completely unnecessary, and you know, best to have everything that is going to be used in the course of the game. But I need to remind myself, you see this one, a masterworked Remeter Strides and a masterworked Cryptid Cloak as well. Let's just see, Cryptid Cloak, Crucible, Pulse Rifle, Fusion Rifle. Yeah, that's useful because I use Fusion Rifle quite a lot. So we'll put it on the Fusion Rifle, increase in strength. But I said that every time as we complete the perks, as we masterwork certain parts of armor, we'll actually swap it for something else. So we'll do this for every one of these. And in here we have Memory of Radigast. So we're getting Solar Accumulator, the extra orbs, Fallen Breaker, and that would be melee attacks on fallen enemies, generating orbs. So that's about orbs. Okay, so let me see, what else have I got there? Memory of Timor. So that gives you Arc Accumulator, Fallen Breaker, increase in strength. Okay, so that's not particularly good. I'm not really excited about that one. Star Winded, that's the Crucible, Pulse Rifle, Shotgun. Okay, so that's not really. Should be looking at Bahanin Errata. That gives us Void Accumulator. Okay, so that's very basic. And then Memory of Perun artifact. That gives Piercer, increase in discipline, increase in strength. I guess any of these, just in order to masterwork them. Or maybe this one, two-sided coin, Solar Resonance, increasing discipline and increasing strength. Okay, so that would be Solar Resonance. Okay, so that's 4. And what's this one? Memory of the Winter. Well, it shouldn't really matter too much. We use this one for the time being. Memory of Perun. It's 400, and then with the cloak, I think I said this cloak looked interesting. It had shotgun, pulse rifle. No, that's quite wrong. There was another one with Vanguard Champion, Scout Rifle, Fusion Rifle, Focus. Just quickly have a look at the third one. That's just all about the Crucible. Sidearm. Okay. Okay, we'll take that one then. Yeah, but the trouble is that this one is 376. I can put that one on. Doesn't matter. That's better. And then with the strides, we'll take, let me see, Rack Poltergeist is 390. It's 150. What's this one? 396. Okay, we'll keep these ones on. Just they don't actually have many perks left. We'll keep this Void. Sniper Rifle. Yeah, it's useful for rocket ammunition because we're using rocket ammunition as we battle some of the bosses in Sivas in particular, so that's quite good. Let me see then, Rack Poltergeist. We can swap Rack Poltergeist with Spectre Asprit. Let's see what we'll get with Spectre Asprit. Sniper Rifle. Yeah, okay, so that's more grenades, intellect and increasing discipline. active chroma. So it's glowing, as you could see. We've got a proper glow there. You enable chroma and then we'll get that also with a screenshot, immortalize it. So increasing grenade throw distance and bonus grenade energy. So it's a standard type of perk, it's nothing terribly exciting. And you also want the intellect, so that's fine, we'll keep this. And let me see. Days of Fire Crown, Rack Poltergeist, 378. Okay, we'll put Rack Poltergeist there as well, but I will need to be getting something to increase the levels, so I need to keep an eye out for that. Needs to be 400, and well, if need be, we'll take some of these, you know, but this is a good one. We need to increase it. So so yeah, quite like the ornament, but I'm burning on the inside. Is it iron? Bonus grenades, ashes to assets, so it's grenade kills, and bonus super energy. Okay. Keep an eye out, but we need to liberate some space in here. That's the fact, isn't it? It's constantly full. Okay. Just grab a couple of bounties. Siva, Siva. So now we are full. And let me think. Future look. Oh no, it was Barracks. Looks like we are going to be getting something from. Is it Cade or Zavala? It's Cade, isn't it? Okay.
I believe you're looking for this.
Bogota, strange coin, and Might of Light. Ah, we need to go and find out where Zer is. Rack of Poltergeist. Okay. Well, that's evidently clear that we don't need this one. So the other one has been masterworked already. Alright, so I'm ready for more action. Let's see, anybody wants to join us? Ping me a message if you do, because I need to be departing. I'll have a look again at the list, see whether anybody wants to join us.
Checking now.
It's weird because these are different, aren't they? Look at Titan. Okay. Alright, so let's go and warm up with some strikes. I think we were doing the weekly story mission already, but actually we can do it we can do it today as well. We can just do the weekly story mission and then crack on with strikes. Weekly raid. weekly story playlist. Yeah, that's the one we'll take. We have airborne, more damage if you're in the air. Grounded, players take more damage while airborne. And then heroic. So I see, we're both taking more damage and causing more damage if we are flying. Okay. Okay. Can change the ship. We talked about that as well, because I keep resorting to the same thing all the time. We can take something else. Let's see, we'll take this one.
The House of Kings is unique among the Fallen. They are secretive, dangerous. They hide in the shadow of the Cosmodrome, waiting, plotting. If Skolos can bring the House of Kings under his banner, we're all in trouble. I'm game. Damn. I'm getting a lot of interference down there. Hold tight, Guardian. Guardian.
That's cool when it's glowing, isn't it?
Skolas jamming signals with high servitors. Reef war tactic. Advanced warfare. May fool Petra. Does not fool me. I shall be your guide.
No ammunition. Okay. We have plenty of these synths that are very useful, so we just take one of them. Okay, I'm going there.
Servitor is source of interference. Kill it dead.
Oh god, what was I doing? Waiting for too long. Not. Oh, and I lost my super as well. That's ridiculous.
Signal still corrupted. Wolves must have second servitor. Push forward. Find the source. I was House Judgment Scribe to House Wolves. Skolas was vicious, even for a fallen Kell. I could not stomach his hate.
Oh no, 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 no. That was too bad. I thought it was one of them behind me.
It's good to work with you, with Petra. All that are fallen are not lost. Yes. Signal close. Can you see it?
Excellent. Whatever you did, your signal's coming through loud and clear now. Varix, are you with us?
Yes, I am here. Kings will see Wolfpack as well. They will not be pleased.
The wolves are approaching an old command center beyond the rocket yard. That must be where the kings are hidden.
Hunt the wolves, hunt the wolves. Let's see.
At the Battle of Twilight Gap, the Devils, the Kings, and the House of Winter joined forces to take on the city. The House of Wolves could have turned the tide for the Fallen, but my queen interfered.
Look at that gauntlet, the way it's glowing. That's really cool. I'm missing him several times. Not missed this time. 2 precision shots. Okay, so we go up here. No, they go up there.
You are here to deny Skolas, House Kings. They will not know, and they would not care. They will try to kill you. Kill them back. If Kings detected House Wolves before attack, Skolas event is matched.
I'm detecting lots of activity from the command center. I think you dropped the servitor jamming just in time.
We've got all of these causing us undue concerns, but there we are, all eliminated. Also, Let's see, hold on, here we need to go to. Got my sword back, that's pretty good. Okay. It's been a while since I played this mission, got to admit. Oh yeah, I remember it. Nah, 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 nah. No, 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 no. That didn't work, my friends. Oh, another one. Forgot about the ammunition, which is what I did need to have. Where's the Masupa? That's annoying. That is annoying. Some ammunition for my sword, which is good. And, yeah. Oh, I still. You tell me, why was he still alive? Another one got me from there. Rusty. Rusty. Where's he gone? Ah, they got me. Our friends joined us, UTF and Girl. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Sent an invite a bit earlier. We'll just this is a warm-up, and we'll do some Sievers after that. Maybe we'll jump into the Nightfall Strike, we'll see. Just giving us some to do and some interesting content for our friends and viewers around the world. Why is that we are loading for so long? The darkness consumed you. Oh, there we are. Okay. Why? Maybe because I'm not full 100, I don't know. Thank you. They kind of love me, look at that, 2 of them on me. 2 of them on me. 2 of them, not 1. That's okay, I'll respawn, don't worry about it. Why is he not gone? Why is he not gone? Gone. Thank you. Mission is complete. Okay, that's good.
The walls are dead, and the kings, well, they're still a danger to the city, but at least they don't work for Skolas. I call that
No,
a
they
win.
don't.
Come on back, Guardian.
We'll dance a bit in here, and then we'll go back to the orbit. Let's see if there is going to be another story mission, because there really should be a story mission playlist, but I'm not certain whether we are going to be able to get in as easily, as quickly. We'll see. No. We'll go to Sivas. We completed the Nightfall early in the week, so I can't be getting another bounty. So we'll do a few Sivas, and maybe we'll do the Nightfall Strike as well. We'll see. Hang on, I've got some upgrades. I want to see what's been upgraded. Raku is being upgraded. Second Thoughts, gain bonus super energy from special weapon kills and on grenade kills. Okay, we'll keep that. Increase in strength, infusion. Then we got more on the Spectre Aspect Void Armor. Reduces. Okay, we'll keep a void base subclass, so that's very useful. Hang on, just a minute, just that. What was it? It's not that. What am I doing? So you could see now I've got the big glow here across my chest and also on my gauntlet. That's pretty good, like that. Get rid of that one. That one as well. That's about it. And we'll go to Sivas. We'll go for Siva Crisis Heroic, which are a bit more difficult. We don't have any radar. Small arms primary weapon damage is favored. Solar burn, solar damage from any source is greatly increased. Heroic enemies appear in greater numbers and are more aggressive. Alright. What I don't like is that I've got there 390 and 400, and that is affecting me sometimes in the activities, as you've seen in the last strike. Well, the weaker story mission, I was being killed quite easily, too quickly. But in any case, I want to be just masterworking all of those weapons and armor, and then we'll put everything in the vault. I need to have a major clear out, not on my live broadcast, but I'll do it at a time, and we'll just enable a lot more space for the items that are fully masterworked. So masterworked and as exotics and nothing else. We'll just delete everything else. I think that's probably the very best way of keeping the inventory compared to just stashing stuff that is never going to be. What's going on? Why is it that can you hear me? Don't know what's going on there. This controller is no longer as good as it used to be. I'm not being able to take any clips, which is extremely annoying. I don't know what's causing it either. But whilst we're waiting, I'll grab a biscuit.
The Black Garden may not stay among us for long. Something has begun to repair the schism torn by its destruction. Vex now flood the garden channels to protect it. We must stop the Weavers before they seal the garden and begin to summon back its heart.
I like this place better when it's dead.
There we are. So annoying when the weapons are very ineffective, and in Destiny 1 it's also down to the distance from your opponents. Okay, we've got to be destroying his blight. Taking too... Oh no, I got killed as well. Taking too long to reload for some reason. I don't know why. Because I've got that perk for fast reload on my gauntlet, I think. Well, mind you, I've been swapping gauntlets today, so maybe the one that was very useful is gone. Mr. Jiffy. Right, Mr. Jiffy. What's happening here? Ah. What's happened is called elimination, and I need to really get my synth in again, because I keep, thank you, I keep running out of ammunition all the time on my heavy. And to be frank, what I will do is I'll swap Dark Drinker for that machine gun. And we'll, what am I doing? Yeah. Just calibrate it. I need to really change, because I'm under-leveled, and then I keep getting killed so quickly, which is annoying. Oh, it's not really doing the job. No, no, I'll be dead immediately. Well, that's annoying. I've got to admit, we need to bring it back to 400, I'm afraid, because that isn't going to work. Oh, I got it now. I know what the problem is. Okay. Yeah, you can see it works better. Orbs.
Guardian down.
Guardian down. Alright, we had eliminated all of these, and now we're gonna race towards the boss. Saw there's no enemies in there at all. It's definitely seriously glitched. Well, you know what's necessary. Change your weapon. We need our Galahorn in there. There we are. And then no ammunition. take another synth. Now we got enough. Have we any more? The boss should be gone. Not good, I'm afraid. That was and the bot should have been gone, you know. We've used all the ammunition here and he just had this 1% left. Yeah, but now, unfortunately, I haven't got any ammunition. Galahorn did the business, but okay. Yeah, that's better. That's a bit more healthy.
The Black Garden remains here.
Mark of the Undying Mind. That
But the
picks
Vex
up.
will never cease.
Let's see what
until
it's
the
400.
Vex is
If it is, we can just swap
We
it.
must understand its origins.
It's for Taito. Well, we just carry on with our Sivas. That's what we are going to be doing. I completed Vanguard Elite and Might of Light, complete Strike Efficient as well. Might of Light and Reputation is going up. Look at that lovely glow. Yeah, we didn't get really many rewards. But I like the glow, don't you? Look at it. So I'm glowing in my head, on my chest, and on my gauntlet. So watch this. Isn't that remarkable? Oh, we've got someone here saying Gail's here. Gail says, hello, how are you? I'm a bit late. And actually what we'll do is, hang on a minute. We'll bring in Gail to join us. Just why can't I just abort this now?
Those fallen in the Ishtar sink on Venus? Story is they raided the prison of elders in the reef. Got an Archon priest.
Oh, I haven't got you.
The Queen's bounty is high, so we need its power. We need to hunt
Girl,
this thing
are
down
you
before they fully restore its
live? I can't see you on my roster. If you log in, I'll be able to bring you in. Not for this strike, for the next strike. Because for this strike we already got the third person. Come in afterwards. Just ping me a message saying that give me one today. Alright. We can just talk here and communicate through the chat. All good. No worries. Well, my stream today is very late, and that's because A, yesterday there was no stream, and B, today we have a food festival in our town, and I've gone to see what was on offer. And I also talked to some of our, local residents and people who I know. Therefore, I was a bit caught up with everything, and tomorrow at the castle we'll have another big food festival, so that will be even better. What? How odd, look at this. Loads of vandals sat here. And our friends just bypass them. I ask everyone not to be doing speedruns, because this is what we don't do here on the channel. We want to do everything. If you listen to Matt and myself discussing the gameplay the other day, we said we do not want to be doing any shortcuts. We want to do everything, which indeed would have been wanted and desired by the developers, right? Got the wrong weapon now. What, he survived that? Why? With all these rockets? That's totally glitched. Ah! And also having a weapon that actually should have been exchanged for Dark Drinker. Teaches me a lesson. And our friend Gil says, well, today I got the finisher glitch. I'm afraid the glitches are persisting, we've seen that both in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. It's annoying, but there is just nothing that we can do. Well, you've heard from Bungie, I read everything out aloud earlier, that the whole update, the mid-season update, together with the resets and Bungie Day, they spent a lot of time trying to resolve these error messages and glitches, and obviously it's not happening.
Need to get through. I'll check it out. It's locked down.
Well, these ads are real pain. but I also ask our other friends not to be doing speedruns, because we want to be doing the game exactly in the way as it should be done. Speedruns are not something we endorse here on the channel. The darkness consumed you. Well. And our friend Gail says, in addition to getting the finisher glitch today, I might be getting a kitten. Well, that sounds very good. Excellent. I used to have 4 cats. 4. And today I have none.
It's lockdown time. Just give me some time.
It goes back a few years, you know. And one of my cats was a cat with certain disability, some genetic disability, and this cat never grew up. It stayed a kitten for the rest of her life, and she was really our favorite. And because she was so tiny, we called her Minnie. Minnie. Sadly, she developed cancer, and we paid for the best surgeon and for the best treatments, and unfortunately didn't really help. Well, I should say it did help initially, but you know, it was the disease that just progressed over a period of time. My friend needs to be revived. That was a good shot, wasn't it? It's quite far. And our friend Gail says, I have 2 dogs. Oh, terrific. What sort of dogs are they? Like big ones? Mighty, powerful, that protect the house, or just the decorative types? I never had a dog. I've cats over the years, but not dogs. Are you having a good day, Gail? Because I'm certainly having a very good day. Yesterday was a very good day. Great day in London, you know. Went to different places and met some of my old friends. It was very, very good. A very, very powerful Minotaurs there. primary master completed. Well, that's not too bad, is it? Oh, I missed them. He's got his sniper line rifle that keeps killing me. Ah, that's annoying. Never mind. Fire from streak. That's too many of them popping up in there. Look at that. There's too many of them at once. Wow. Boo. That's no fun, is it? Ah, look at that. Right, we're going to resolve this in a different way. I'm a bit fed up with this goblin there with a sniper. Okay. So that's going to be the end of them. Where did they all come from? Where did they all come from? Go away. I was just having fun. He was nearly gone. He had hardly any life left. Anyone to res me, by any chance? Apparently not. He was invisible. Very dodgy.
It was better off in the prison of elders. I'll contact the Vanguard. Let them know the Archon priest is dead.
Alrighty, that looks good.
One more fallen Archon gone to dust. Good. But if the fallen found the prison of elders, I'm sure we'll be...
How many skeleton keys do I have? I'd have at least 3 in reserve for Nightfall Strikes. 5. Okay, I can probably open this then. Come on, I used it. Boo. Did I get anything at all? Well, we'll see, I guess. Shortly, the truth will be known. Next game in 12 seconds. Loads of gear that we do not want, right? A player's left our fire team. Anteater. Anteater is causing us this problem. I hate that Anteater. I hate that Anteater. Anteater is causing the game to crash. That's the problem. Does our friend want to join us or not? Let's see. Do you still want to join us? If not, I'll try to bring someone else in. Maybe we'll bring in our friend Mysterious Pirate. Playing Strike on Taken War. Well, maybe not, maybe not. We'll just leave it. And what we'll do is we'll check out our bounties. Primary Master completed. That's fine. We have then medals. See the Crisis playlist without dying. Melee attacks and medals add. So it's all medals based. But actually, we probably can go back to the tower to pick up some bounties. Why not? Gail says, I have 2 dogs. What sorts of dogs do you have? Are these dogs protecting your house, or are they just like pets, or you know? Curious. But once again, I want to remind our viewers and our community members that we are running a charitable fundraising campaign for Mind Charity, a UK-based charity that helps people who are experiencing any form of mental health issue, emotional vulnerabilities, or people who are finding themselves under a huge amount of psychological pressure. And they deliver services in our community, and they have professionals, volunteers providing individual and group counseling, as well as additional sort of social therapy or socially therapeutic types of activities. So very important for everyone to raise the profile of the charity by posting, retweeting, participating, and also if you have the means, please do donate, because when you donate you are going to be enabling the charity to carry on, to select a few more people to work for them, be it professionals or volunteers, or indeed you help them to pay the energy bills, rent and everything else. And therefore you are going to become an active participant in the process of saving lives. Somebody who is under a huge amount of psychological pressure, you know, feels that his or her life is ruined. And by being involved with individual group counseling, those people are able to get some understanding as to why these things are happening to them. And then also through some practical form of support, they can also discover a new direction in life, and that altogether is absolutely priceless for anyone. If you lost your way, being able to find it again is just simply something that cannot be monetized in any way anywhere. And I have been supporting charities for many years, and I worked for several charities in the past and always had been involved with charitable fundraising. So it's the first time I'm doing something like this of the same kind here on my channel, and so far so good. We've had quite a lot of attention given to us by people known and also the ones who were not known to us, and you know, some messages, some retweets. In fact, I've heard from Mind today, and one of their team leaders had been in contact before as we were about to launch our stream, and they responded on Twitter by saying to us, I'll tell you exactly what it said. Well, best of luck team, we are with you all the way. Janice. Best of luck team, we are with you all the way. So that's absolutely terrific. We are receiving also a considerable support from Mind as well, in addition to our community members. So as I'm talking about the charity, what I will do is I'll just give you the link. You can just have a look at it and then decide whether you want to help, get involved, or donate. So just bear with me. I'll just type the message and send you the link. It's so annoying that when I start typing, my screen goes to full screen mode. There we are. So that is all sorted. We've got the link there. So if you're interested in charitable fundraising, and if you want to be involved in any way by promoting or assisting, you can just click on a link. And don't think that when you click on a link that anything is taken away from you, i.e. the revenue or card details or anything like that. You click on a link and you get a page that will have my stream on, first of all, and then some information on the charity, that is Mind UK, Mind Charity UK, and then you have information on me and my channel and everything I do here, and then in addition to that you'll have information on Tiltify, the platform that's providing the fundraising for us all, which is legally verified and indeed checked many times for that degree of fundraising both in the US and UK, and so that platform Tiltify makes it actually possible for us to be able to do it in such fashion. Anyway, that's the link. Just click on it and you'll be able to see all that we've got there. Please do support, and the donations could be as small or as great as you wish them to be. And if you obviously do not want to be donating, or you don't have the means, then just simply repost or retweet or send somewhere, you know, the link with all the details through your social networking, through your friends, associates, colleagues, students, workmates, and make sure that they get some of that information and respond to it, you know. more people get involved, the better. Not just for the charity, but for the overall awareness of what mental health is. Anyone who's affected by mental health issues is being prevented from enjoying life and doing things compared to others. And these services are of a tremendous value. They assist so many different lives and help so many people to get back on track to do things which they otherwise are prevented from doing due to either some form of disturbance or serious illness. And as somebody who had survived a very nasty SARS virus a number of years ago, I can tell you being physically ill is being mentally ill is much worse. So the campaign is there in order to raise the profile of the charity and raise the awareness amongst various community members on what this is like, i.e. to be able to fundraise, and also what it's like if somebody is experiencing difficulty and feels that there is, you know, no one to turn to. And we are doing exactly the opposite. We are opening up the possibilities for people to connect here to the channel and our community members, as well as get connections to the mind and those professional services. So that is what we are doing here on the channel today, and not just today, but generally as we carry on within the period of 6 months. We will want to be, well, we're hoping to raise up to £1,000 for the charity, and I start with the campaign on the 1st of June, and the last date is going to be on the 31st of December. This is quite good, isn't it? I quite like that. Me looking, I will take a screenshot of this, and me being in that sort of full glow. Look at this. My gauntlets are glowing, my chest is glowing. So we'll take another lovely screenshot in here so we can see all of this, post that on our Twitter. Okay. Anyone else wants to join us? Anybody else for any other matches? UTF4 Girl and Mysterious Pirates obviously are busy with other things, so they're not coming in. We didn't see Zenith. We have seen Gale, but Gale said that she is busy. She will not be able to come in. And we'll just carry on. See whether anybody else pops in. I've got to say I tried my beta on Saturdays and Sundays, and they were really not busy. Not many people were coming in compared to the usual schedule in the week. And I'm running these ones during the weekend here this week because we've had 2 days without streams in the course of Monday to Friday. So, you know, we're obviously trying to catch up with that. And what did I want to see now? Oh yeah, okay, just having a look at the channel, the category, and I can see that the category is not particularly busy. That is Destiny category on Twitch. Okay, so without further ado, we are going to be cracking on. If anybody wants to come in to do anything like Nightfall or any other strikes or any other activity, or if you have any tasks, leveling up your weapons, your armor, any leftovers from the story missions and the campaign, just bring us a message. I'll bring you in and we can work together on those tasks. Right, so we go back to Sivas. And as you've seen, several mods. Chaff, we don't have radar. Small arms, primary weapon is favored. Solar burn, solar damage from any source is greatly increased, and enemies appear in greater numbers. So let me just see, we can probably change our super to solar just for these strikes today, using void most of the times, but you know, super will be definitely very useful. Skype rifle, that's Imago Loop. Let me just have a look at Skype rifle. Rate of fire impact. Yeah, Imago Loop actually is having a much better impact, and we have this also a solar weapon, so that all should work quite well. Okay, let's see what's going to come our way with our strike. look forward to that. A lot of activity. It's raining outside. They did say we were to be having major thunderstorms, but those did not materialize. Just the usual lovely English drizzle. And that's the way it's been since midday. I've gone out really to see the festival, and the drizzle was out there immediately as soon as I put my nose to the door.
The Taken King is
Which
dead.
is slightly disappointing, I've got to admit, because we wanted a proper thunderstorm to clear
Even as you
the
led
heat.
assault on the
A bit of a
Dreadnought,
drizzle would just make it
powerful
more
Taken
humid
war
and
beast fled for the safety of the shrine
unbearable,
of Oryx.
and
The
I don't want to
would-be
see the
Prince
temperatures of
Malak works to perfect
34,
the dark
35 coming
sorcery.
back again so fast. I'd
He
much prefer
must
if we had
be
a
destroyed.
cooler period of a couple of weeks, which is what I was expecting. I did not expect that heat yesterday, but it was very, very hot. Fortunately, we're spending our time either in a garden or at places that had air conditioning, but it would have been very tricky otherwise. All of these are sorted. Oh, there's even a wizard. Our friends got the husk. Good, thank you. And I will have many more enemies attacking us. Look at them. Oh, I hate him. Another husk. Oh, it's very good, wasn't it? Oh, you got the husk as well. Okay. Or relic, whatever it is. I need to go back in. Okay. Loads of ammunition and glimmer. How much glimmer have I got? Not a lot. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do.
Oryx may be gone, but the sympathetic vibrations of his shrine still resonate across the cosmos.
Suddenly began to sneeze.
Power.
I don't know why.
I was wondering why we were here.
Yesterday I made 30,000 footsteps, which is to about... how many kilometers? 26, 27 kilometers on that. double check. I'm going to tell you exactly. Bear with me. I've got it. I've got it here on a screenshot. I had a look. It's about 21 kilometer. Got it wrong. Walking yesterday, so it's quite good. It's quite a distance. In fact, the London suburbs, the outer London suburbs, about 20 miles away from me. So, yeah, I guess this is kilometers, so still a bit different, a bit more of a distance. But that was us walking yesterday through central London areas. Familiar with London Thames and South Bank and Brick Lane, Threadneedle Street, Moorgate, the City of London,
shapes. The average thrall does not
and then all the way
live
back
long
to
enough to
Whitechapel and
see its
Stepney.
brain reformed. Murloc has lived with this power for many, many years. His hideous skin is a sign of his age, his cruelty.
Oh, I haven't got anything anymore now. Oh, I managed to get away. That's good. Yep. Oh, that's quite good. Eliminating it so fast. Young Socks is rocking in there, just literally walking through all the enemies and everyone's dead. We are alive. That's good. Okay. Well, for this beast, I probably need Galliford. But on the other hand, I need my Dark Drinker for the ads. Ah, I got killed so fast in there. No special ammunition. Okay, so get anywhere with my primary. That's it. Ah, he got away. Well, the flaming knife is very, very useful. Ah, now we're gonna get in a super. Why is he not dead? That golden gun should have definitely resolved him. He's not on. Yep, finally he's gone.
Locke's power over the Blight was impressive. You are a credit to the Tower, Guardian.
Did she just compliment us?
So did I get anything? Nope, I didn't see anything. One engram. Well, that wasn't very good, was it? Got that one in the vault. Got that one from Mad Titan in the vault. Oh, we're cracking on straight away, so that's quite good. No waiting.
Remember Omnigul? Hive General with a lovely voice? She's back.
Vanguard scouts report she's undone her death.
Undone her death? You make it sound like she pulled her knitting apart.
Eris would tell you not to make light of this.
That's why she's not here.
There's no telling what else might follow, Guardian. Destroy Omnigul and any lingering threats.
If Omnigul can come back to life, how do we make sure she stays dead? I wonder if the Hive think that about us.
To the Hive, death is relative. We'll face Omnigul as many times as it takes.
Guess we were made for each other. Be ready for anything. The Hive and Fallen here are more desperate than they've ever been.
Come on. Res, boys. Someone needs to revive me, please. Come on. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, that's funny. So many of them, look at that. Swarms of enemies. Loads of enemies. Loads.
Guardian? You remind me of, well, Ikora in the Crucible days.
That was a lifetime ago.
I'm sure Shax hasn't forgotten. He still has trouble sitting. The Cosmodrome is turning into a breeding ground for Hive and Siva. It's like one big, disgusting petri dish.
Oh, you're running forward, but you got 2 ads literally on your tail. Hang on, losing picture. What did I unlock? No, let's see. Increase intellect with this intellect. Okay, that's good. Ah, Shrieker got me. Where was the Shrieker? Dream of progress.
Let's find Omnigul.
That's not bad, is it? Progressing up the ladder. Book. Our friends doing speed running there. Well, please do not do that because people will not be able to see what needs to be done.
For a reason, and it's not just a yell.
There's
So
2 of us in here, way behind you.
Finish her before it's too late.
I got killed by a drag. Thank you. No idea what killed me. Something did. Thank you. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Be careful with this generator. Yeah. Omnigo! I needed this. Come on. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hate that gas. With the gas, you can't jump. So where is this Omnigal? There, look. Thank you.
There are no further traces of Hive energy.
Well, if she comes back, so will we. Look at us. Omnigal's neutralized.
Well,
and
I'll give it
Aerith
a
didn't have to
miss
lift
because
a
I
finger.
want to keep at least one or two
You should tell her.
of my skeleton keys
Trust me,
for
she'd prefer
Nightfall
to hear it from you. Come on back, Guardian.
3.
Good work.
Okay, that's fine. Ah, okay. I'll just see what I've got there with the treasure pack. Red chroma I picked up. Okay. Still got a bit more time there for a few more strikes before we end the stream. And not seen many of our regulars and veterans, and I think the reason for that is it's Saturday, and they know that usually on Saturday I'm not here. So I did mention it on Thursday that we'll have a Saturday stream in view of the absence during the week. So a bit of a different sort of week, but nevertheless, the strikes have been very, very enjoyable, and everything we've done today was greatly enjoyable. So I hope everyone is enjoying it as much as me. And if you know anybody else who is a Destiny gamer who doesn't belong to any community, just make sure you invite them to join us to become a member of this channel and all that we do here. Also, if you like what you see in our chats, community-based content, activities, news, gameplay, teamwork, you can support this channel by tipping. If you tip, you are going to be helping this channel and other online entrepreneurs to grow. If you're subscribing, you're helping many content creators from the world to grow, because Twitch take 50% of your subscription. Therefore, they reinvest directly into their services, and we know that these services are very, very beneficial for everyone. Heavy streak. Did I complete any bounties? I don't think I did. Oh, I did actually, one. Okay. Take them all, so alright, that's good. Our friend's catching a plane. You're catching a plane, my friends, aren't you? Our ghost has been deployed. We need to get some ammunition. Got it. So what is going on? Everyone disappeared. Some goblin disciple got me. That goblin disciple must be just nearby, which is annoying. Boys, anyone here to respawn? Res, please. It's a team effort game. Well, that worked on the Cyclops. But some didn't work on me. Disciple got me. Come on. Res please, res please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, got him. Okie dokie. How's the slow? What's our friend Carl doing in there? He is idle. And the other chap departed. Could be that the Anteater is crashing people. You're getting these error messages and therefore people can't continue. That's what's happening. Where's that friend? I don't see anyone anymore. Must have gone up. Blobby. Blobby. Agility buff. Need to go up there. friends went up. Okay. Alright, we are succeeding. So all of these are being eliminated really easily. As you could see, powerful weapons. And this is the way to do it. It's a maximum team effort. No, there's nobody out there anymore, I think. We need to get the scions. Oh, the ship killed us.
Nice work. I'll let the Vanguard know the flayers are dead.
Oh, all three of them. That's
If those
rapid.
Players were tangling with Rasputin, they are way more powerful than we realize. We better keep an eye on where the Cabal deployed those things. Who knows what their minds can do?
Can dance a bit. We succeeded in destroying the science so quickly, which was very enjoyable. Alright, my friends, I think that's probably it for today. We had quite a selection of Seavers, we've had some story missions, we talked about some charitable fundraising, we gave you the news, we provided some Q&As to the questions that were sent to me by various community members. We had a lot of fun, so it's been a very relaxing 4 hours of entertainment here on my channel with Destiny 1, and that will be it for today. And I'm not sure whether I'll do anything tomorrow. I think we'll probably be back on Monday with more of our activity here in Destiny 1. And let me just see, I can go to the tower just very quickly and do some admin. I did pick up a few items in there which require resolution to get rid of lots of that kit that's not necessary. Yeah, so hope you enjoyed the content, hope you enjoyed our chats, our community-based activities. We didn't have that many participants coming to the channel today. We had Gale and oh, Zenith is here, and Zenith just popped in and said, hello everyone, happy Saturday. Oh, what a shame that you've just come in right now, because I'm about to end the stream, and we didn't have many people today. Not many people popped in to say hello. I guess Saturday afternoon in any case is a time where people are spending mainly with their family members, go out shopping, do other things, so it's not really the best time to stream, and I couldn't really stream today earlier in the day for the reasons which I described, and we'll have a bit more then in the next few days. And let's see who's there still. Gale's there. Gale's saying hello. Well, Zenith and Gale could squad up outside of my broadcast and indeed crack on with some Sivas and some Nightfalls and other activities, but I will not be able to participate, I'm afraid. Thanks very much to Gale and Zenith for popping in and saying hello. I really truly appreciate it. Gale said that she's waiting for a kitten to arrive. Is that right? Has the kitten arrived? Alright, so we've got some engrams that can be decoded, but let's see whether these engrams are of any use at all. We'll find out. Got to Master Rahul.
These engrams were buried under Hong Kong. Nothing is impenetrable. Hopefully this is close.
Rack of Poltergeist, alright. Lamprey, we don't really need any of these. Rack of Poltergeist. 390. Need to double check. I think we've got it in the vault. Well, I'm quite certain that we do have it in the vault. And this Cloak of Keen Eyes is of no use. Okay, so these ones are all to be discarded. Very busy and very full there with all the other weapons. And Gale says that her kitten had not arrived. They were all just looking for one. I see. And Zenith had gifted a tier 1 subscription to Gale. So thank you for that. Thank you, Zenith, for gifting a sub to Gale. Much appreciated. Much appreciated as always. Thank you, Zenith, for supporting our community. Thank you for gifting subscriptions, which are very beneficial to everyone who is present here on Twitch. And also I need to stress, these subscriptions are very beneficial to people who are involved with Twitch, be it content creators, viewers or streamers, because 50% of that contribution goes to the corporation, and they then invest in future development and more of human resources and various other services. So that is really very important, and we want Twitch to be thriving and succeeding. We want Twitch to be as big as possible with as many services as possible, because Twitch streams had revolutionized the way we communicate online, and we definitely want that to be supported. I want that to carry on, and anyone who is contributing in any other way will be then helping both the content creators as well as those people who work for Twitch in the best possible fashion. Look at that! Bones of Eo I got my exotic leg armor. Bones of Eo. Oh, Bones of Eo. Oh no, I've got both of these, and the Bones of Eos up there are already masterworked. Well, there is no need for another pair of exotic strides, so we'll take. Just remember that this is a double jump Exotic shard. Okay, I'll pick this up. That's also pretty good. So, just a minute. I think I'll pick up something else in there as well. Or not. Octopus. We've got that in the vault. Yeah, wolf pelt is of no use. See when I can pick up anything else. Liberate the space in the post box.
Anything for you? Well done.
Sadly, it doesn't look like this is a possibility. Yep, we got one engram. Octopus.
Have a nice day.
Have a nice day too, Katie.
Happy to help.
I keep picking up this Maraid all the time of the world, which is not at all needed.
We still have much
Go
to learn
back and
about
pick up something else.
We are wonderful day, Guardian.
Have a wonderful day, Guardian. Desolate cover, that's pretty good too. Not enough space anyway, right? By the looks of it, we are full everywhere. We need to liberate space in there. And I need to increase my
always have something intriguing.
oh, it picked up this one that needs to be deleted, I take it. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I need to go to Lakshmi to increase our reputation. That is a lengthy grind, increasing reputation. It takes a long while. And I can see that Zenith and Gil are talking. Gil's asking, how are you, Zenith? And Zenith says, I'm great, how are you? Gil says, I'm amazing, and thank you very much for asking. And Zenith says, looks like you need to do a vault cleaning stream, perhaps. Well, it won't be a stream. I'll do it, you know, outside of my broadcast. I'll need to delete the vast majority of items that are not masterworked in there, and then obviously as we carry on, we'll have, you know, many items collected and. So what do we want? Future War Cup armor, weapons, armor. I'll take Bellicose and Neon Tracer vest. I keep getting always the same thing. Bellicose I've got, you know, masterworked in there. What was the other one? Bellicose. Yeah. So that was of no use. But you're right. I think should have really done the clean like a proper spring clean a little while back, but you know, it's just one of those chores. And generally I don't spend time on Destiny 1 in particular unless I'm streaming, and I think Destiny 1 I played exclusively and entirely on the stream. I don't think I played even one session outside of the actual stream hours, you know. Different story with the sequel, but this game's always been live, and then I've done everything live online. And that's not always interesting for people to watch. It's one of those chores that's got to be done, and I think they really massively improved it and enhanced the whole thing for the sequel. So in there we are getting a much better, much faster Tech more. The Vanguard automatic rifle, sniper rifle. Okay. We don't really need a side up. Just want to see something quickly in here. Oh, Nagari, okay. Nagari. So Nagari is now 400. Just need to remember when I do that to get everything to that 400 level. Alright my friends, I think we've come to the end of our time for today. I want to thank everyone for coming in. A big thank you to Zenith and to Gail for popping in, saying hello and chatting. Always appreciate it. Hope you guys are going to be having a very, very pleasant weekend. I had today a very, very good day in our local town. We are having a weekend of food festival. So one part of the festival is at the market, the other is at the castle. So the castle event is going to be held tomorrow, and we'll have loads of stores with literally any kind of food that you can imagine, from Mediterranean through Greek and Turkish to Mexican to American to English to Italian to Swedish to vegetarian, and it will be a very, very good foodie type of event. And unfortunately today it was raining, so the whole thing in the town center was affected somewhat, but I'm hoping that tomorrow we'll have a pleasant weather, which is neither too hot not too wet, and kind of look forward to that. So that will be one part of the day, and then the other is we have on Sunday afternoon regular meetings in our local church, and us, the local residents, meet with our priest and some other people, and we talk about everything that is going on for us. So that is going to be my Sunday, and I don't think I will be doing any streams tomorrow for that reason, because the day will be very packed with all these activities that will stretch for most of the day, and then we are going to have a lot more next week. So that is what we are going to be doing. So I want to say thank you to everyone for supporting the channel. Thank you for supporting the charitable fundraising. Thank you for popping in, saying hello. I wish you all a very, very good weekend, and also see you all next time. Take care.